down to the wire. Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 9 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, Jorge Carreno was. He had a couple on the card. But Richard Mangley, the birthday boy, he really got it going. He had 4 on the night. On the trainer's side, Jerry Gorno had 2 wins, and Jared Brown had the bookends on the card. The first and last race giving him the double. So if you look at the jockey standings, it's really tightened up with Jorge Carreno on top, Leroy Nelson and Neville Stevenson. 3-way battle. Richard Mangley with the big day yesterday, hot on their heels. Jerry Gorno starting to spread on the competition with those 11 wins, and second and third, Wendy Anderson, Tom Gardapi Jr. Guys, what did you see in yesterday's action?
Well, I thought it was a fair track. You had some speed go gate to wire, and then you had some closers as one of those more fair tracks, I thought, unlike some where there was a big bias. I don't know if you guys thought that or not, but also I did notice, well, I got to give full credit to Kirt. He was on fire with very nice betting, making some very good, sharp bets. He picked his spots. Last year, Mondays was his day. Maybe this year is Tuesdays is his day. So we'll find out. The other thing is just we'll see how Kirt does today. He keeps on rolling. As a horse player, just because you have a big win, don't get hung up on your laurels. I know Kirt would never do that because he really doesn't do that. But you got to move forward. Learn from your successes and your failures and move on. And because if you don't and you get relaxed, you probably give back all your winnings. So we don't want to do that, Kirt. So maybe we should begin.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, let's kick it off with the Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares, 3 and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go the 5.5 furlongs. Marshall, who do you like in the first?
Well, just before we start tackling the card, I want to just agree that yesterday I thought was a very even surface. The track was playing certainly equal to both speedsters, stalkers, and closers. Today will be an interesting sort of night of racing. We had a lot of rain here today. It's not raining at this point. The track has been sealed, but we'll just sort of have to pay attention to it over the course of the card tonight. See how things materialize. Okay, race 1. We're going 5.5 furlongs, like you said. I went to the outside in here. Amy on Tour almost jumps off the page to me, this horse. Second start of the year, racing against the boys last time, and I mean, talk about validating the effort. Cross Lake Proud, the winner of that race last night, Monday, super impressive, moves up in class, wins easily, going away, a very nice horse. I think Amy on Tour is the class of this field, and she gets the job done. I use the 4 Queen Jean underneath, whether you want to put her second or third. Just look at her record. She is making her first start of the year, but she has only 1 out of 29 wins, but 8 seconds and 8 thirds. That's 16 out of 29 in the money finishes, second and third finishes. So I think a must-use underneath in your tries and maybe exactors. The 1 is the speed. You get Richard Mangley. Does he bounce after that huge day yesterday? I guess we'll find out. Or does he keep on rolling? Congrats to him, though, for an absolute fabulous day of racing. 5-1 Kirt to kick it off.
Okay, what about you, Stretch?
I'm with Marshall. I think 5 jumps off the page as well. I was just looking for underneath. I ended up, the reason I didn't put the 1 second was because it's going 5.5. The works are there. Make this 5 furlongs. I probably have the 1 in second. I used the 3. I know the horse didn't beat much, but it did look good, and horses will gain some confidence. And I just think maybe this horse is improving from last year. Yeah, 5's a horse to beat. Kind of a guess underneath. So 5-3-1.
Yeah, I'm with you on Amy on Tour. She has good tactical speed if she does want to use it today, or she can come off it like she did last time out against True Scout, Cross Lake Proud. She's the one to beat. I also like the maiden in here, number 2, My Trudy. Had a good 2-year-old campaign last year. Twice had to run into the undefeated Melisandre, who's already started this year. in the Sale de France. And what happened? Well, guess what? She won again, and very impressively. Was beaten by Wits 10 in the last start of the year, but ran a really big effort in there to run second. But my Trudy, even though it's coming against winners, I don't mind that. I think she's going to run a big one. We've seen that yesterday with 2 terms. I liked that horse yesterday. $51 horse, shied late and ended up running a very game second, only beaten ahead. So I like that horse, and I like Sizzlin' Susie. Just because Jerry Gornall seems to get these Manitoba breds and bumps them up, and they do really well. Cross Lake Proud, after claim for 5,000, wins for 10. So Sizzlin' Susie on the bottom. I'm 5-2-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers. Again, going 5.5 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
Well, it is a smaller field, but I actually think all 5 potentially could win with the right race setup. So I am going to go with the top pick, though, and that's going to be the 4. I bet this filly last time and looked good. Stalked or just basically chased the speed and took over. The figures tell me that the horse can do the same. Did already win at 5.5, so I really do like that extra half. It seems like a lot of the horses are still coming up short that last half. This horse has it, so I like that running style. My next choice is the 3, that Little Miss Molly. Showed very good speed. It got in front of, who did it get in? The one that we selected, guys.
Byall.
Yeah, who was also a speed. Didn't get out of the gate that well, but this horse still got out and kept going. There isn't a lot of speed in here. Maybe this horse can carry the speed the whole way. So that's my second pick, and we'll see. And then especially, you're probably going to get a nice price at least 6-1. And then Legendary Song. Great horse to own, just doesn't like to win. Had a very nice race last time, kind of got stuck on the rail, then came out and did close well. Always tries, just does not get there. I just can't take that horse on top with kind of his record, kind of the second and third itis. So I've got it 4-3-1.
Okay, what about you, Marshall?
Well, I'm similar. I like Wits 10 as well. I thought, even though the horse is moving up from the non-winners of 2 lifetime to this condition, which is non-winners of 3 lifetime, I think the horse has the back class. Those races at Houston and Lone Star were decent, did show a bit of run, and so far at ASD, 2 wins from 4 starts. Certainly likes this track. I get Richard Mangley again, so we'll see again if he can continue his hot streak. I use Legendary Song for second. Stretch mentioned this horse has an affinity for finishing second, 8 of 28 starts. Should improve a second start off the layoff. Does get a little bit of extra ground and was coming. The 2, Which Question, another horse that could be second, could be third, might even be able to win it. Was so far back last time, but was absolutely flying late. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets there. Bit of a jockey change today too. So give me 4-1-2, Kurt.
Yeah, I think this is a great betting race. Legendary Song, Wits 10 will be taking most of the money on the board. I did go to number 2, Wits Question. A little trouble out of the gate. Ended up breaking last and spotted the field about 4 lengths. In the end, was about 10 lengths behind the field and rallied and was within a length of Legendary Song and Bell Strike. All 3 of them were right there at the wire, but I just love the way this horse flew down the lane. Soul Obsession yesterday in the first race, ran the exact same type of race way back, rallied well down the lane. Yesterday sat closer and ended up blowing the doors off him and winning easy. So that's why I like Wits Question. I also like Legendary Song, seconditis, yes, and that's why I put it in second. Good first outing, only getting beat by a length to Lady Sunset. I think the pace battle is between the 3 and the 4, and I like number 5, Bell Strike. Ran a good third last time out. Probably needed that start over the surface. Ran well last year. Last year it ran in stake races when it was here. So Bell Strike, that's my top 3. 2, 1, and 5 in a wide open second. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares that are non-2 lifers. This time going 6 furlongs. The carryover is just under $57,000. Marshall, start us off.
Okay, I'm going to go right to the 2. a Gone Long Gone, second start of the year. Ran a nice even race with that Bayol and Little Miss Molly. I think this horse could actually go right to the lead today. Jorge Carreño takes over from Whitehall. Jared Brown, second start. He had a nice win to close the card yesterday. Definitely could be heating up. Those races back at Century Mile, I think, are super competitive and a little bit better than this field in here. So I like the 2 quite a bit on top. I used the 5 Funky Justice. This horse had a nice win last out. The 5,000 level certainly could run back to that same kind of race again. Not a ton of speed in here though, so I just think that this horse might be battling for second. And I used the 4 Wits Mambo Jack. Again, first start of the year for this Gorno trainee, but does seem to be bringing up the rear in this race. So third place for me, 2-5-4.
Okay, Stretch, what do you see?
I see very similar. The key for me is it's 6 furlongs. That extra again, and the conditioning on the 5 that's why this horse is my top selection. Just the multiple starts and that conditioning. The 2 horse, which I do like, made a very nice move and then flattened. It just looked like the horse needed one. I think that extra half or extra full furlong is going to maybe even need a little bit more. And like if this race was 5.5, I'd probably be taking the 2. That just extra half I've been seeing so far is making such a big difference. So I'm going to stick with 5 on my top pick. And just like Marshall, same reasons on the 4, picking up the pieces late. I'm not super confident in this race, but 2 and 5 I think are the main contenders. Still kind of wide open though. 5-2-4, Kurt.
Yeah, I'm on the same lines as Marshall in here. Gone Long Gone. I think it'll be a tactical speed horse. Chariot Chaser does have speed, but about half mile. So Gone Long Gone will be sitting close. Funky Justice will be the late rallier in here. So I think it's pretty well 2 and 5. My third choice, Holy Hannah. This horse didn't run bad. Showed the Z pattern. As Stretch said yesterday, showed a little bit of speed, fell back, came back on, beaten by 7. I expect this horse to improve off that effort. Just an added note that number 4, Wits Mambo Jack, will now be ridden by Richard Mangley as Caleb Pizarro is off all our mounts this evening. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, an allowance race. 4 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers are going to go the 5.5 furlongs. And Stretch, you're going to start it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this race. I think there's a lot, some very good runners in here, especially, well, it's an allowance race, so there should be. There's very many race shapes that could set it up for different ones. I'll start with the 4. I liked the 4 the last time. Kind of got trapped on the rail, not knowing what to do, wanted to go and then kind of drop back with the entry made, and I think that cost the horse quite a bit. What I did like is how the horse finally got through and showed such a game effort right until the end. Did lose to a very good horse. The figures for me coming from Belmont were excellent. I don't think this horse needs to have the lead, but could certainly be on the lead. So that's my top selection and will be the likely favorite, but it's deservedly so. I'm going to go back to the 1 horse here, McKeag. I think that this horse is just a far superior horse if the horse gets the lead. If the 4 decides, you know what, I'll just let the 1 get the lead, this horse becomes that much better. And last time the 1 couldn't get the lead because of that rabbit in there, chased and just kind of ran evenly. I didn't really like how the 1 ran last time, but I just think that the horse is a need the lead type and becomes a different horse. So if the 4 lets it go. My third selection, in case the 1 and 4 bang heads, and that's the 3, King Nate. Looked really good closing late. If there is a duel, got to find the closer in the race. This is my closer. Could potentially just set it up for him. So that's why I've got it 4-1-3, duel 3-4-1.
Okay, Marshall, what about you?
Well, I agree on the 4. The 4, I bet the 4 last time actually, but City Champ was too good. And the ride, I mean, on the 4, they ended up dueling a bit. Today, I think he just goes right to the lead. There's no one else that has the same quality speed as him. So I like the 4 on top. The 1, McKeag, definitely will benefit from that first start. It's the only 4-year-old in a field of 3-year-olds. So I think that is an advantage, certainly over the other ones. I used the 5, new face in the crowd. for third. King Nate certainly could be there as well. It's those two battling for third in my books. 4-1-5.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. Euro Silverbiz, I think, gets the lead for absolute fun today. If you want to watch a replay when you've heard the phrase bending the horse's neck and almost breaking it, that's what Leroy Nelson was doing behind the speed of the stablemate, Right of Vengeance. City Champ was sitting on the outside. He had so much horse. And then the running came at the head of the lane. He did get to run, but City Champ, that had won his previous race, was just a little bit better that day. I expect Euro Silverbiz straight to the front, catch me if you can, and I don't think they will. I also like McKeag. Ran a good race last time, but it was an even effort. Expect him to go forward. King Nate was the big late rallier, picking up pieces, and ran a great second in there. I expect him to move forward. The one I'm questioning is number 5, E2 Babu. This horse has good races under the belt. Churchill Downs, maiden 30,000. It ended up running a game effort, going short, and then breaking the maiden at Turfway right after. Going long, I think this horse will like a little longer distance, but gets class relief today, so that could be an upsetter. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, our feature race on the card, the 37th running of the La Vérendrye for older fillies and mares, going the 6 furlong distance. Marshall, who do you like in this crazy race?
That is a good question, Kirt. It's round 2 of the Astral Moon, now the La Vérendrye. Certainly there's a very competitive field here. 2 new faces in the crowd as well to add to the mix. You can make a case for a lot of horses in here. It all comes down to race shape for me. Do we see essentially a carbon copy of the last race where 3 of them basically dueled, and then Persistent sat back? It was a very smart ride, and pulled out down the lane and was striding out really nicely at the finish line. Wouldn't surprise me if Persistent wins again for sure. I did put that mare on top, but she did have a perfect trip last out. So we'll see. Cypress Point is a speedball. We may see more speed from the 5 horse. He could actually, or she could actually have the most speed. Maybe second start of the year, second start over the surface could improve. Has a work as well coming into the race. So it's a pretty wide open race. I'm going to spread in my pick 4. I did put the 2 on top, the 1 for second, and the 3 Miss Imperial, just because she loves this track, for third, but wouldn't surprise me if anything happens in here.
Okay, what about you, Stretch?
Well, yeah, a very good stake race. Another race I'm really looking forward to. Marshall described it. There's so many race shapes, and for me, it's a guess. I did put the 2 on top, just improving horse. The horse I will talk about that Marshall didn't was the 4 horse. This is my long shot that I expect that this horse is going to be sitting in the weeds and just kind of waiting to see what happens if a couple horses or 3 horses go to the front end. Just wait and pounce at the end. The figures are certainly there. I know this horse has showed speed going a mile. I don't think it's going to show the speed. It usually sits back on the short races. Might get lost in the shuffle and come late. So that's, like I said, that's my long shot, and I am using it in my pick 4. But for pick sakes, I've got the 2-1-4.
Yeah, I'm a big fan here of number 3, Miss Imperial. She was caught on that dead rail I keep talking about. That was opening weekend. Anything that ran on the 24th, 25th, or 26th. I liked the horse yesterday, I Am On Ya, because of that. Horse paid $18. Did the same kind of rally up the inside, but got a lot more run late down the lane to beat Storm Squall. Miss Imperial was on the rail every single step of the way, and even on the rally down the lane, and only got beat by 1.25 lengths. Gets that start under the belt. Will move forward. You got Murray Duncan, a great campaigner. Usually he has his horses racing over the winter at Oaklawn, so they have some conditioning down there. Didn't this year, so I think this horse just needed a start. Expect a big effort. I also like number 2, Persistent. What a great race last time out. There could be a 3-way duel once again, and Persistent will take advantage of any duel that does happen. So if Persistent runs the exact same race, if it unfolds the same way, she's the big shot to win. And Cypress Point, another horse that was on the inside most of the way until the head of the lane, and then Miss Imperial came inside and took that rail position away, but ran a really good one. I'm inside horses, 3, 2, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. Going the 5.5 furlong distance. Stretch, what do you got in this one?
Well, I'm looking forward to this race quite a bit because I think I found something in here. It's the 2-horse Young Boy. I could show a replay. It's similar to another horse we talked about the other day. Kind of a showed speed, drop back, shuffled. If you've really got to watch this replay on this horse. Was up close, then gets steadied, gets shuffled back, then makes an even move and easily gets second, handily with plenty in the tank. I think the horse is extremely sharp. I don't think the horse is going to be as close this time. I think the horse was just so sharp, and it was kind of maybe a surprise with the jockey that he showed that much speed. I think it's just going to make a nice even move and take over late. Of course, of the 7-horse, who's going to be waiting for Young Boy because that's what he does. He likes to wait. I bet the 7 last time. And if you remember, I made a place bet because he doesn't like to win. He ended up winning, ran a nice race, but it looked to me like he was waiting again for the horses. The figures are there. I think the same thing's going to happen. He's going to probably get the lead at the 8th pole, the 16th, and just wait for somebody, and that's when the 2 gets him late. That's my second choice. And the last horse I'm going to mention is the 1. I don't think the horse can win, but I just like the close, and I think he's just going to be waiting back and kind of make a close, and it adds to my price in the trifecta, or maybe sneak in the exactor. So 2-7-1.
Okay, Marshall, what do you got?
I'm on a totally different page than Stretch.
I noticed. Are you in the same race
and
as
you,
I am?
and you, Kirt. I was going to ask you guys the same question.
Race 6, ASD.
Race 6. I'll tell you who I like. Okay, that's the 6, Wallowitz. I think we were all on this horse last time. I know Stretch and I were. Okay, so the 3 of us were. I'm going to go back to this horse, give him another shot. I watched the replay again on this horse. He was 4 wide, making a really nice move around the turn, and he just flattened. He clearly needed that race, having been off since last November. I keep going back to those Remington Park races where he was out of the wide post positions and he ran some fabulous races. The figures tower above the rest of this field if he runs back to any of those. And Jerry Gorno's second start, that was always an angle for us last year, or for me at least. And look at his record, second off the shelf, 17 starts, 24% win clip. So I think this horse will definitely improve today and is a must play for me. This is my best value play of the day. I use the 4. This is a bomber. I give this horse a shot. I know 1,500 going up to 5,000. Keep in mind that's 1,500 horses that have won multiple races. These are non-winners of 3 lifetime. 2 back, 5,000 open at Fawner. And then was racing a couple of tough fields at Delta Downs. I go back to those races at Delta Downs, albeit 2 years ago, but still, those are very competitive races. This horse has run figures. Richard Mangley, again, we'll see if he's hot tonight. I think this horse is a potential long shot for sure, another Jerry Gorno horse. So give me the 6, 4, and I used Young Boy, the 2, for third. I thought he saved ground and rode the rail last time, but he'll be doing the same thing today, so certainly can benefit from that kind of a trip. So 6, 4, 2, Kirt.
Yeah, and I'm on a different plane as all of you. I like number 5, Trouble with the Curve. Drops in from the 3-year-old first level allowance. Ran a great race in there early on and then ended up fading to be beaten by 9. Lost to City Champ, who came back to beat Euro Silver Biz in the Proven Reserve. Euro Silver Biz runs in race number 4. I think this is the dominant speed of the race. And when this horse does get loose, it won back-to-back races, throw out the mile. Obviously, you can't go that far, but I expect it to make the lead in here, and that could be real dangerous. I do like Strong Arm also. This is horse seconditis, but tries every single time. I don't think it'll be on the lead, but will be close. And I also like number 2, Young Boy, because it was on the inside on that dead rail that day and still ran a very game second. I was surprised with that effort, and I expect the horse to move forward. I'm 5, 7, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer. For fillies, mares 3 and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Marshall, what do you got?
Okay, well, I think I've narrowed it down to a few horses in here. I used 1 Button Mushroom on top. Claimed from Gorno by Shelley Brown, but this horse was absolutely flying late. If you look back to last year, this horse had 3 wins in a row at the 5,000 level, so I think the class is not a problem. The horse definitely likes ASD. So I think we'll see a good setup again today. Gets a little bit of added ground, another half a furlong. This horse might prefer to even go longer, but I think we see her best today. Looks like there could be, you know, some a pretty heated pace battle. Looks like a few speed horses in here with the 4, the 6, and the 8. Gold Diggin' Darlin' putting on the blinkers. So I think the 8 will definitely be out there on the engine. Can she hang on all the way? Probably not. So I think it's either Button Mushroom or Anwara, the 7, who I used for second. Coming off of a win at this level, certainly has every right to win back. We've seen Jerry bang off several wins in a row. So give me 178 to close things off.
Okay, Stretch, what about you?
Yeah, I see it the same way. There's just speed and more speed. We're going 6 furlongs. I like the 7 quite a bit. I am a big fan of the 1 Marshall mentioned. Just briefly on the 7. He looked so good last time, as if it's going to go even better longer. That was only 5 furlongs. Now it's 6. One of my top plays of the day. It's 7 with the 1 and then the 5 if hangs around of the speed. So pretty simple. 7-1-5 for me.
Yeah, Anwara ran a big sweeping move last time out to get that win. I like her also. I like number 5, West Princess also. This was a favorite of mine last year. I got beat up all year long as the horse didn't get the win. Gave me a lot of cardiac plays along. Got placed first in the 1 race, but cardiac races after that. Lost a bunch of photos to Button Mushroom. That big odds. But West Princess, the one thing about this horse, runs very well fresh. As you see, last year ran second place first, but the year before that won its first start. The year before that ran a second its first start. So I like West Princess and Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Blinkers on. Hector Rabbitskin on the rider change. Give me 7, 5, and 8. Good luck with all your selections, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And program's ready. Here are the changes on this evening's 7-race car to racing. Turning your programs to race number 1. Number 2, My Trudy, will not run for a claiming price. Once again, in this first race, number 2, My Trudy, will not run for a claiming price. Turning your programs to race number 2. Just a couple overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with the carryover just over $57,000. Number 4, Wits Mambo Jack, make the jockey Richard Mangley. That's race number 3, number 4, Wits Mambo Jack, will be ridden by Richard Mangley. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 5, E2 Babu. The owners should read Calvin Britton. That's race 4, number 5, E2 Babu. The owner, Calvin Britton. Now turning your programs to race number 5. Our featured race on the card, the 37th running of the $35,000 Lavarandre Stakes. Number 5, Half in a Wrapper, make the jockey Nyrone Austin. That's race 5, number 5, Half in the Wrapper, the jockey Nyrone Austin. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Again, just a few overweights, and they're on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, jackpot high 5 time with the carryover just over $2,500. Number 8, Gold Diggin' Darlin, make the jockey Hector Rabbitskin. Number 9, Babylon Will Fall, will not race on Lasix. Once again, race number 7, number 8, Gold Diggin' Darlin, the jockey Hector Rabbitskin. Number 9, Babylon Will Fall, will not run on Lasix. Well, it's turned out to be a beautiful day here in Winnipeg after a lot of rain throughout the afternoon. Under partly cloudy skies, the temperature 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit, and the stewards have listed the track as sloppy, a sloppy racetrack for this evening's 7-race car to racing, and we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 16 minutes. And welcome back down the paddock. We're going to kick off our Wednesday card of racing with a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred filly and mares that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Marshall, who do you like over the sloppy going?
Yeah, sloppy going. That's definitely the key. You want to pay attention to horses that like the slop or that like the off track. Certainly some horses have an affinity towards it, whereas others don't necessarily like running on it. So take that into consideration when you're capping tonight's card for sure. I went to the 5 Amy on Tour. This horse ran a very good first out race against the boys, and making her second start here for the year. I think she should improve off that for sure. Cross Lake Proud, the winner of that last race, came back to win again Monday night very impressively, and moving up in class. So I think we see here today she's back in against the girls, and to me looks like the winner of the race. I used the 4 Queen Jean in second or third, actually, because look at this horse's record: 29 starts, 1 win, but 8 seconds, 8 thirds. That's 16 out of 29, second or third. So perfect for a try horse if you're looking for a try key potentially. I think that number will float up from 3 to 1 as well. Yeah, those are 2 of the ones that I'll definitely be using. Stretch, what about you?
Well, I used the 3 for second, and I'd mentioned it wasn't a stellar field last time that the horse beat, but it's just one of those. It still won the race, looked good doing it, has the start, whereas the others don't, and they're going 5.5. I think for similar to all 3 of us, the 5 is our top selection. So it's for me, it's looking who's going to run second. If this race was 5 furlongs, I'd be leaning towards the 1. The horse has lots of speed, but you can just look on how often it kind of gives it up. It did win at 6, but a little bit of a slower time. So 3 is my second one, just because the horse has every right to improve a little bit more. That's all I got there. Kirt, go ahead.
Yeah, myself, I'm with you guys on the winner, who I think is the winner, Amy on Tour. What a great race last time out, and it was a good time, 59-4. I also like the maiden in here, number 2, My Trudy. My Trudy lost to Wits 10-10, who we've seen and we will see later on in the card in race number 2. Won the first start here after coming from Lone Star by a half length over the big favorite By All. But My Trudy ran against Melisandre, who's still undefeated, won the Sail de France this year very impressively. So I think this horse, definitely a maiden against the winners, can run a big race, has some tactical speed to be in there. And I like Sizzling Susie, because Jerry Garno has done very well with the Manitoba breds that he's got a hold of, including Cross Lake Proud, who he claimed out of that race against Amy on Tour, bumped up on Monday to the 10,000 non-2 wide open, and ended up winning impressively. So I'm taking 5, 2, and 1. Let's go to our bets here in race number 1. Let's start off with you, Marshall.
Yeah.
Digging deep.
Wow,
Digging deep. I'm not messing around with exactas, triactas. I'm not playing a double. I'm just betting the 5 to win flat out.
I like how you're betting 40 to win. It's only costing you $20. Where are you betting this?
That's a secret.
Okay.
That's a secret. 40
All
to
right.
win.
What about you, Stretch?
I'm a rare. I don't bet daily doubles. Very rare. I'll let you guys do that. And I had an okay day yesterday. Couldn't go up to the big bucks like Marshall. $15, just a straight double, 5-4. I'm surprised you're betting so little, Kirt, after your big day yesterday. Spend a little.
Well, start off a little fresh. As you said, don't get a big head and throw all your money around. I want to see the racetrack a little bit because it is sloppy out there, but I think Amy's the best in here. I just went 20 to win on number 5, Amy on Tour. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1. I'll see you back for race 2. horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Sizzlin' Susie, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 2 is My Trudy, owned by Fred and Debbie Rawson, trained by Fred Rawson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Sophie McTrophy, owned by Gall Stables, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Queen Jean, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Sean Morin with Shamari Muir. Rounding out the field is number 5, Amy on Tour, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, Jorge Carreño in the saddle. Post time for race number 1, 4 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
First off track of the season tonight here at ASD, so we'll have to keep an eye on how the track evolves over the course of the evening. I went to the 5 in here, Amy on Tour, raced against the boys first out, making her second start of the year, back in with the girls. Horse that beat her, came back to win again. Looks good to me.
Yeah, I'm with you, Marshall. I'm a little surprised on how much action on the 3, but it makes sense. Horse made it look easy last time out, coming up the rail and crushing the field. But one of my top plays, especially at 3 to 2 odds, is the 5. Yeah, 5-3-1. Kirt?
Yeah, it's 3 across the track. I also like Amy on Tour. Came out of the toughest race last time out and ran very well against a horse that came back to win on Monday night. So that's my top selection. I like the maiden in here. Number 2, My Trudy, to finish off my exactor. Good luck here in race 1. Sizzle and Susie, the first to go into the starting gate. The maiden, My Trudy. She's found her spot. Next up, Sophie McTrophy. Two left to load. Queen Jean. And now just waiting on the even money favorite, Amy on Tour. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Sophie McTrophy shows some good speed, but is trying to be matched and is now on the inside by Sizzle and Susie. Amy on Tour, 2 lengths behind them in the stalking position. Another length back to My Trudy. And Queen Jean, the early trailer, about 6 off the lead. The battle on the front end through an opening quarter of 24-1. On the inside, Sizzle and Susie. Sophie McTrophy now pokes ahead in front. Amy on Tour, looking them all in the eye with a pile of horse. 3 wide, and now is challenging for the lead. Back to 4th, My Trudy and Queen Jean, the trailer. They hit the head of the lane, and Amy on Tour now flies on by and takes the lead. Jorge Carreno was at 1,499 wins. This is going to be 1,500. Congratulations, Jorge, on Amy on Tour. Second's going to go to Sophie McTrophy. Third to Queen Jean, and 4th to My Trudy. The Stewards of Pulse at number 5, Amy on Tour. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48-2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Results of the photo show number 3, Sophie McTrophy, finishing second. Third goes to number 4, Queen Jean, and 4th to number 2, My Trudy.
Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 5, Amy on Tour. Amy on Tour is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Going Commando, out of the Mare Mystery Tour by Silver Train. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lace Fruit, and ridden to his 1500 victory, jockey Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Number 5, Amy on Tour, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by her owner, Barry Arneson. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 18 minutes away.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. What do you got in the second?
Okay, in the second, I actually like a horse in here. It's a tough race. It's not an easy race. The last race, I liked a little bit more. I just really could see the race shape. I'm on the 4. I liked the horse last time. I'm backing the horse again this time. She actually improved with some nice figures, and I like how the horse just kind of chased the speed in there by all and took over. And I think the same thing potentially could happen. We could see the same kind of race that we just witnessed, with the 3 going to the lead and going as far as she can, and then the 4 taking over. They're going 5.5. Yeah, I don't see a full out duel in here. Do you guys see anybody to go with the 3 at all? Do you think it's going to be the 4?
I think Wits Teddy 10 will chase a little in here. We seen him try and go after Sophie McTrophy with Sizzling Susie in the first, and so I think Wits Teddy 10, Jerry Gorno likes giving instructions, go to the lead. So I think that just might happen in here. Hook up with Little Miss Molly, because he has 3 out of the 5 horses in the race and 2 are closers.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good way to look at it. I've got 4-3. Like I said, it's a 5-horse field. Race shape is everything. Marshall?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind there's a couple horses moving up. This is a non-winners of 3 lifetime. Both the 3 and the 4 just won at the non-winners of 2 lifetime conditions. So moving up in class, something to definitely consider. I think it's a competitive race. I could see any of these horses winning. Legendary Song, let's talk about the 1 here. This horse is the current favorite on the board. Stretch and I mentioned, I think we all 3 of us mentioned that the horse seems to have an affinity for running second. 28 starts, 2 wins, 8 seconds. Ran a really nice second last time out, which was the first start of the year. So should improve. Extra half furlong in today's race, but it would not shock me at all if this horse ran second. I've used this horse for second. I'm going to bet an exactor to the 1 off of the 4, Wits Teddy 10, who I think is, even though the moving up, the most likely winner. 2 for 4 at ASD. Has back class, like those races at Houston, and Lone Star was, running competitively, showing some speed. So the 4 at 5-2, definitely a top choice for me in here. What do you think, Kirt?
Well, I think this race is going to turn out a little differently. I think 3 and 4 are going to do the battling, and then it's up to the rest of them. Legendary Song, I think, might be hemmed in on the rail, and that's kind of not the place to be right now, just because as the rain happened throughout the day, what happens is it washes to the inside and it just gets deeper. The sand ends up going there. So you want to stay probably 2 or 3 off the rail. He just might get hemmed in there. And that's why I like number 2, Wits Question. This horse came absolutely flying against the 1 and the 5 last time out, ended up running 4th behind him, but was within a length at the end, had trouble coming out of the gate. But this reminds me of, as I said on ASD Live, Soul Obsession, who won the first race yesterday, was way back in the field, made a power rush at the end, ran 3rd, and yesterday got good odds on Soul Obsession. And Witt's Question looks the exact same. I think there's a pace battle. We've seen Queen Jean rally from last in the first race. Didn't get second, but lost in the photo. So ralliers are able to get there. So I'm going to the 2 as my top selection with the 1 Legendary Song and number 5 Bell Strike. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Let's start off with you, Stretch.
Well, I've got my double going. You guys have already cashed your win bets. Nicely done. Get on the board early. I took the 2 kind of horses near the front end. If it's a duel, it's not going to work out at all. If they chase around 1, 2, and then of course, how do you not have the 1 horse for second? He's just a great horse to have second. Just ask Marshall on his bet.
Yep, my bet is a $5 tri-wheel. I think the 4 is the winner. The 1's going to finish second, and I used all 3 for third. So take the guesswork, or taking the actual selection out of it. Just run third. The longest shot on the board.
There we go, and I'm going for the pick 3, a $5 pick 3. 2 horses in here, the 1 and 2. 2 horses in the next race, the 2 and 5. King Euro Silver Bids in the first leg of the pick 4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Legendary Song, owned by Manny Miaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Witt's Question, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño in the saddle. Number 3 is Little Miss Molly, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. The 4 is Witt's 10-10, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Rounding out the field is number 5, Bell Strike, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Post time for race number 2, 5 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, a compact but competitive second race here at ASD. One look at the tote board that tells the tale. Everybody's pretty much within a couple dollars of one another. The 3's the favorite, moving up from non-winners of 2 Lifetime. I think the 4, Wits 10E10, is the horse to beat in here. Let's go with that horse on top.
Yeah, very rare. You have 4 horses of the 5 paying right around the $9. Don't see that too often. I am also on the 4. I understand the 3. I think the 3 is being overbet a little bit, but it could be the controlling speed if the 4 sits just off. Sometimes slop the speed can carry if there's no duel. I'm sticking with the 4, but I'll go 4-3. Kirt?
This is a great wide open race in here, and I think that 3 and 4 are the speed of the race. So I'm going to the deep closer. That's number 2. Wits Question. Finished with a pile of horse last time out. Gets an extra half a furlong. I think that'll be a big benefit. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2.
Legendary song, the first to go in.
Next up, Wits Question. Little Miss Molly finds her spot. 2 left to load. Wits 10-10. And now just waiting on Bell Strike. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Wits 10-10. From the middle of the track, Little Miss Molly quickly scoots out to take the advantage, but now getting gobbled up on the outside by Bell Strike and Wits Question, who's close early. Wits 10-10 recovered nicely and is now 4 off the leader, and Legendary Song is the trailer, about 6 off the lead. 23-3 the opening quarter, and Little Miss Molly has found her stride and opened up by a length and a half. Scooting up the inside, that's Wits 10-10, making up good ground. 3 wide, Bell Strike, Wits Question second to last, and the trailer at the head of the lane, Legendary Song, Little Miss Molly, 47-4 to the half, with the lead by 3. On the outside, Bell Strike with the best stride at the 16th pole. Bell Strike now takes over the lead. Bell Strike is going to win it by a length and a half. Very close on the wire for second between Wits 10-10 and Little Miss Molly. Wits Question finished in 4th. The stewards opposed to number 5, Bell Strike, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Results of the photo show number 4, Wits 10-10, finished in second. Third to number 3, Little Miss Molly, and fourth to number 2, Wits Question. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 5, Bell Strike. Bell Strike is a bay filly, 4 years old, by Carpe Diem, out of the mare Ellie Strike by Smart Strike. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, number 4, Wits Mambo Jack. Make the jockey Richard Mangley. That's here in race 3. Number 4, Wits Mambo Jack will now be ridden by Richard Mangley. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here in race 3. They go to post in 19 minutes.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We're kicking off Jackpot I-5 wagering with that carryover just over $57,000 for this $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of 2 races lifetime. They're going 6 furlongs. Number 4, Wits Mambo Jack, make the jockey Richard Mangley. And you're going to start us off, Marshall.
Okay, Kurt. Let's go to the 2. Gone Long Gone. I like this horse. Lightly raced compared to some of the other ones that have double-digit starts. Thought this horse ran a nice even first race here at ASD. Last year raced very competitively at Century Mile. And, I think this just looks to me like this horse fits this race to a T. Jorge Corina is won 3 of the last 4 races. If you go back to
last night he got the late double.
Yeah, so he's kind of finding his groove, shall we say, here at ASD, and I think he's got the best shot in here to win it, albeit at a low price. Let's take a look at the 5, Funky Justice. This horse is coming off of a nice big win at the maiden 5,000 level, so stepping up here to non-winners of 2 life, but certainly looked good. Paid a bundle. You're not going to get 20 to 1 tonight, unfortunately, but certainly with that fitness advantage in here. Got the 4 horses just making her first start of the year, so those are my 2 favorites, 2 and 5. Just trying to scan here, see if anybody has an affinity towards the off track. The 1 is 1 for 1 on the off track, so maybe worth looking at. Kurt or Stretch, where are you going in here?
Well, it is the start of the pick jackpot pick 5. I think we're going to be over 80,000, or very close to 80,000 with the bet, what they've been betting recently. 5 was my top selection. Just a note, let's take a look at the 3. I don't have the 3 in my top selections, but one thing of note, this horse was fractious before the start of the last race and kind of was goofing around, similar to yesterday, the 8 horse, whatever, if you guys got the name of that.
Not Afraid.
Not Afraid, thank you. And not in the notes and ran a big race, so we'll see how this horse reacts behind the gate today. That's why we always make our notes on the different things. It is one of the speed horses, so maybe gets loose, could steal it. The 6 furlongs was the key for me on this race, just because of that extra distance. Some of them, the 2 horse I do like certainly can win. That definitely needed that last race. You could see the horse get tired, especially the last 16th, and get passed by the inside by a few horses. So I'm sticking with the 5. But I think it's a very, very wide open race, and you'll see that when you see my pick 5 in a minute or 2.
Yeah, I agree that Chariot Chaser, probable speed of the race, but carrying it for the 6 furlongs, that is a huge question mark. This horse actually ran really good against Little Miss Molly before tiring late down the lane. I think Chariot Chaser might open up 2 or 3 on this field, but Gone Long Gone, I think I'll have the first crack at Chariot Chaser, sitting right in behind. That's why I like number 2, Gone Long Gone. And so this horse will get the lead, and then Funky Justice will be sitting back, probably last or second to last, and make that big charge like it did last time out. That was quite the rally on the outside to draw off and easily win by 2 1/4. Now it gets an extra furlong. So Gone Long Gone, first chance. Then Funky Justice is the 5 horse is gonna try and run it down. And I got Holy Hannah, the 1 to round out my top 3. Wide open underneath, but I think it's a 2 horse race between the 2 and the 5. What do you guys, anything to add in here in race number 3?
Not me.
No, I'm a little shaken up of the start on the last race, but that's old news. We got to move on to this race. So.
All right, let's go to our bets then, and we're going to start it off with you, Marshall.
Okay, gonna try borrow a song from your playlist here, Kurt. $10 try wheel. Take the 2 with the 5 for second, and then use the 1 and 4 for third.
Well, I might as well say mine because I'm the exactor. I just went easy, took the exactor on top, not filling in the bottom. So I got a $20 exactor. stretch, a whole lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s.
Yes, it is. It's the pick 5, as mentioned. I think it's gonna get up there between 75 and 80,000. I told you it was kind of a wide open. I agree with you on the 2 and 5. I'm taking a chance. You'll see my tickets. I've got 2 keys in there and kind of bought the other leg. So I bought this leg, and we'll go from there. So as you can see on the screen, all of those horses.
All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Holy Hannah, owned and trained by Steve Gaskin. Leroy Nelson aboard. The 2 is Gone Long Gone, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Chariot Chaser, owned by Don Rack, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. The 4 is Wits Mambo Jack, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Rounding out the field is number 5, Funky Justice, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 3, the carryover just under $58,000. They go to post in 6 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Start of the pick 5 in here. I think it's a race that goes through the two Gone Long Gone, making her second start of the year here at ASD. Ran evenly. I think we see big improvement today. Is a lightly raced filly looking to get her first win of the season.
Well, we're in the non-2 condition, and we've seen over the years that it doesn't always seem like it is, and it's start of the meet. So I am on the 5 as my top selection, but it's certainly not a prime play for me. Be careful. You got the longest shot on the board is going to be the horse on the front end. Maybe steal it, but I've got it 5-2-4. Kirt?
Yeah, I think the 3 goes to the lead, and the 2 is the stalker in here, and that's why I went to number 2 over the 5. I think it'll have the first chance at the head of the lane to overtake number 3 Chariot Chaser, and then Funky Justice comes flying late, but I like the 2. Good luck here in race 3. Holy Hannah, the first to enter the starting gate. Gone Long Gone moves in. Next up, the speedy Chariot Chaser. 2 left to load. Wits Mambo Jack. And now just waiting on Funky Justice. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Funky Justice breaks well and has the early lead. Chariot Chaser breaking a little slow, now rushing up to engage Funky Justice on the outside. A gap of 5 lengths back to Gone Long Gone. 2 more to Wits Mambo Jack, and Holy Hannah can see them all. About 8 off of it. 23-2 the opening quarter. And now taking over Chariot Chaser. Back to second, Funky Justice. Gone Long Gone has moved up smartly. 3 wide on the outside. Still 6 more back to Wits Mambo Jack and Holy Hannah. At the back of the field, a half mile, 47-2. On the inside, Chariot Chaser trying to hang on, but Gone Long Gone now goes on by and takes the lead by 2. Gone Long Gone rallying from the back, Wits Mambo Jack on the outside, Funky Justice. Gone Long Gone with the short lead. Funky Justice is going to be second best. Gone Long Gone is just that, the winner. Second, Funky Justice. Third, Wits Mambo Jack. And fourth, Chariot Chaser. The Stewards have posted number 2, Gone Long Gone, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Funky Justice. Third to number 4, Wits Mambo Jack. And fourth to number 3, Chariot Chaser. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:16. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, that's number 2, Gone Long Gone. Gone Long Gone is a bit dark bay or brown filly, 4 years old, by Colonel John. Out of the mare Flatter Me. Flatter Me Up by Flatter. Owned by Ira Donald and King Couture. Trained by Jared Brown. And ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:16. Congratulations goes out to rider Jorge Carreño, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Jorge Carreño. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 5, E2 Babu. The owner should read Calvin Britton. Once again, in the upcoming 4th race, number 5, E2 Babu. The owner should read Calvin Britton. And we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5. Number 5, Half in the Wrapper. Make the jockey Nyrone Austin. That's race number 5. Number 5, Half in the Wrapper. The jockey Nyrone Austin. Now turning your programs to race number 6. There are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 8, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Make the jockey Hector Rabbitskin. Number 9, Babylon Will Fall. Will not run on Lasix. That's race number 7. Number 8, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. The jockey Hector Rabbitskin. Number 9, Babylon Will Fall. Will not run on Lasix. $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 17 minutes.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. Are going to go 5.5 furlongs. And who do you like in here, Stretch?
Very good race. This could almost be a stake race. I went to the 4. I liked the 4 last time. Ran a very good race. When I watched the replays coming from Belmont, I talked about that this horse doesn't have to have the lead. And they decided to try that last time with the entry mate. Kind of got in trouble along the rail. Didn't know what to do. We'll see. At least this time, the horse will be outside. McKeag would be the other speed that's going to go. And then Leroy can just sit just off or just inherit the lead if he's just fast enough, depending on what he wants to do. But that race at Belmont, the last when he won his maiden, that's what he did. He sat just off the speed and then took over. And I certainly see that happening. I don't think they're going to go all-out duel. If it is an all-out duel, then it can set it up for my third choice, and that's the 3 King Nate. Let's take a look at King Nate. There we go. Ran a very good race last time, closing late, and that's how he's going to do it. The only way he can win today. If the 4 or 1 get loose, then it changes it up. But 4 is my top selection. Marshall?
I'm with you on the 4. I mean, City Champ is a nice horse coming from Golden Gate to Assiniboia Downs. Has won 2 in a row, and this horse had a bit of a troubled trip, was checking and had to steady during the race. Not necessarily would have, I'm not saying he would have won, but certainly ran a good race. I just think he goes right to the lead. I think McKeag has more route speed. And the 4 just has tons of natural speed. So I just think he goes right to the lead and essentially wires the field in here. I will mention McKeag, the 1, is the only 4-year-old in the field. So a bunch of 3-year-olds, certainly up until, for me, I think around midsummer, that's still an advantage for sure for the first half of the year when you're betting these types of races. 3-year-olds that are just moving up for the first time facing older horses. They're just not as developed, so certainly at a disadvantage.
And on that point, yesterday we had that maiden allowance race with a bunch of 3-year-olds, 2 older horses. The older horses, where'd they finish? 1-2.
Yeah.
Viscerator ended up winning it.
It was a 6-year-old, actually.
Yeah, it's 6-year-old, but it was 2 older horses.
For a few years. That's right. So it doesn't always work, but certainly something to incorporate into your handicapping for the first part of the year. As the year obviously moves forward, the horses mature. So getting back to that, McKeag, we've all used this horse for second. I think the horse was a little flat last time, obviously needed that race, was the big favorite. I like this horse to win last time out, but maybe even the 2 Freezing Jimmy, not a horse that I picked, but I'm just keep going back to this horse thinking, started out in 3, broke his maiden in a stakes race, and then ran 2 more stakes races. So looking for that, he is racing in the right condition here. Second start, has a work June 2nd. Looks like this horse was closing a ton of ground. Maybe this is a good horse underneath at 8-1, the longest shot on the board. Kirt, where are you landing?
Yeah, I'm with you. Number 4, Euro Silver Biz, was almost bet and a half last time out, just off the lead. And I expect him to get the front end, but I don't think he's going to be a cutthroat speed horse. I think they're going to try and rate him, and McKeag's going to be the one chasing. And then everybody else after, I think they're going to start rallying by the lane. My big question mark in here is number 5, E2 Babu. This is a horse that ran well down at Churchill and then went over to Turfway and got the job done going a mile and impressively that day. And then comes in with 3 solid workouts. A nice 50 half mile, and that was handily around the dogs, meaning they had to go in the middle of the racetrack to protect the inside. And then back-to-back nice 5 furlong works in 102 and 2, 102 and 4. So I think this horse definitely could be a player in here, but I love number 4, Euro Silver Biz. I think this is the horse to catch in here, and I just don't think they're going to catch him. Let's go to our wagers in here, kicking off the pick 4. All right, let's start off with you, Stretch. What do you got?
Okay, so if you remember my pick 5, I ended up singling the 4. And so I'm alive in the pick 4. Oh joy.
Pick 5.
Pick 5. $3.30 horse. But now I've taken a kind of the 1, 3, 4, and 5 just in case, because the last few days when we've been all on the obvious horse, the obvious hasn't been there. So I'm covering ourselves, taking a chance in the last leg, keying the closer. So a bunch with a bunch with a bunch with the 7.
All right, Marshall, what about you?
I'm going the opposite route. I am going to key the 4, who I think is the most likely winner in here. I think the remaining legs are trickier and certainly could see a number of different outcomes depending on the race shape. So you can see there, I'm spread out in the second, third, and certainly the final leg. For a $100 ticket, I'm going for it.
All right, and I'm going a little bit cheaper than the guys. I'm keying the 4 in the first leg with the 1, 2, 3, taking 3 horses in the third leg, rounding it out with 4 horses for a cost of $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in the pick 4, and we'll see you back for our 5th and featured race, the 37th running of the La Vérendrye Stakes. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is McKeag, owned by Nirco Limited, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Freezing Jimmy, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickeness. The 3 is King Nate, owned by Mike Powers and Jerry Gorno, trained by Jerry Gorno, Jorge Carreño in the saddle. Number 4 is Euro Silverbiz, owned by Martin Yershak, trained by Devin Gittins with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 5, E2 Babu, owned and trained by Cal Britton, Richard Mangley aboard. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, first leg of the pick 4 here, I think there's a cold single. That's the 4-horse Euro Silverbiz. This horse should have no trouble grabbing the lead and I think wiring this field. Horse that beat him, City Champ, looks like a good quality stakes horse here at ASD, and the 4 should go right to the lead in here.
Yeah, I'm with you, Marshall. One of the best races was the 2 back at Belmont on a similar track surface, watching the replay. If you think the 4 is going to put the 1 away, maybe the 3 comes late if you're looking for an exactor and not playing the pick 4. But 9-1 is a decent upset. If the 4 does get in the duel, maybe beats him late. But I'll go 4-1-3.
Yeah, 4 Euro Silverbiz, definitely the predominant speed of the race. I expect him to have a 2-3 length lead and have an easy hold. So they're going to have a tough time catching him. Maybe take a look at King Nate, just like Stretch said, but I'm with the 4. Good luck in race 4.
drinks and he sings and just...
It's post time!
Okay, go be the first to step up. He's in. Next up, Freezing Jimmy. King Nate set to walk in. Two left to load. The even money favorite, Euro Silver Biz. And now just waiting on E2 Babu. They're all... E2 Babu steps away. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Euro Silver Biz broke well, but McKeag wanted the lead and is going to get it on the outside. Euro Silver Biz engages McKeag and looks him in the eye and goes by a half length. A big gap of 6 lengths back to Freezing Jimmy on the inside, King Nate on the outside, and E2 Babu is the trailer, about 10 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Euro Silver Biz now takes over by 2 lengths. McKeag back to second, King Nate starting to rev it up from third. From the back of the field, E2 Babu and Freezing Jimmy, they hit the head of the lane. Euro Silver Biz has the lead by 2. McKeag not giving up on the outside, eating into that lead at the 16th pole. It's Euro Silver Biz. McKeag with one last try to the wire. Those two, looks like maybe McKeag in a photo, but too close to call between McKeag and Euro Silver Biz. Third's going to go to E2 Babu and fourth to King Nate. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter in 23 seconds, the half 47 seconds, time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106 even. Results of the photo show number 1, McKeag gets the win. Second goes to number 4, Euro Silver Biz. Third to number 5, E2 Babu. And fourth to number 3, King Nate. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 1, McKeag. McKeag is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Secret Circle. Out of the mare Northern Cotton by High Cotton. Owned by Nirco Limited, trained by Carl Anderson, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 1:06. Number 1 McKeag was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owner, Nirco Limited. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th and featured race. It's the 37th running of the Lavrandre Stakes for older fillies and mares. Number 5, Half in the Wrapper. Make the jockey Nyrone Austin. That's in this 5th race. Number 5, Half in the Wrapper. Make the jockey Nyrone Austin. The 37th running of the Lavrandre Stakes here in race number 5. They go to post in 21 minutes. And they're off. From the outside, Euro Silverbiz broke well, but McKeag wanted the lead and is going to get it on the outside. Euro Silverbiz engages McKeag and looks him in the eye and goes by a half length. A big gap of 6 lengths back to Freezing Jimmy on the inside, King Nate on the outside, and E2 Babu is the trailer, about 10 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Euro Silverbiz now takes over by 2 lengths. McKeag back to second. King Nate starting to rev it up from third. From the back of the field, E2 Babu and Freezing Jimmy, they hit the head of the lane. Euro Silverbiz has the lead by 2. McKeag not giving up on the outside, eating into that lead at the 16th pole. It's Euro Silverbiz. McKeag with one last try to the wire. Those two, looks like maybe McKeag in a photo, but too close to call between McKeag and Euro Silverbiz. Third's gonna go to E2 Babu and 4th to King Nate.
And welcome back down the paddock for our 5th and featured race. It's a 37th running of the La Vérendrye Stakes for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to tackle the 6 furlong distance. And Marshall, you're going to start us off in here.
Okay, this is a very interesting race. I'm excited to watch this race. It's kind of the 2.0 version of the Astral Moon. We've got 4 of 6 horses coming back from that race. And it really depends on race shape, like we talked about on ASD Live. Do we see a couple of these horses go for the lead and end up with a hot pace and a duel? And then some of them sit back the way number 2 Persistent did last time. This horse I thought had a perfect trip. Certainly was striding out nicely at the wire and is an improving horse. Loves ASD, 8 starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds and a third. So in the money in all 8 for 8 starts here. There is, there is just so many different directions you can go. I landed on the 2 Persistent in the top spot, but let's see what you guys think here, Stretch.
Well, yeah, let's go with let's take a look at number 1 and just because I think they are all kind of in contention here. So on the 1, what do you think what do you think Cypress is going to do? Go to the lead, come off? What are you guys thinking on that?
I think Cypress, since Jerry Gorno does have a couple in here, I think he sends Cypress Point to the lead on the inside.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, so we've got speed on the 1. You've talked about the 2 horse there, Marshall, which used to go to the lead, comes off. Now we're on to, let's take a look at the 3 horse, Miss Imperial. Got stuck on the rail last time, right?
Yeah, was on the dead rail, which we've seen a lot of horses winning off that dead rail, and Miss Imperial pretty well got the worst of it. Miss Imperial ran on the inside every step of the way to the wire, only lost by a length and a quarter. I thought that was a huge race. Murray Duncan, a top percentage trainer here, now has that race under the belt. I think she's going to run her best race, whether it's good enough to win or not today. I think she's going to improve off that last start.
Okay, and I'm going to jump in on the 4 because this is my long shot of the race, just because it shows speed going a distance but comes off the pace going short. And you look at a couple of races at Delta and Sam Houston, especially the one from the 10-hole, ran evenly but isn't bad. Like it looks better. There's 10 horses in there, made a bit of a move, still an allowance field, does have a win at the off track. I think this horse has a chance to be in there, maybe not win, but you just never know if the right race shape. We're all kind of figuring out the speed. And then so, Marshall, what about the 5? What do you think the 5's going to do?
Well, I think the 5 is definitely a speed ball. And second start off the layoff, I think with that 3 furlong blowout coming in on June the 5th, I think this horse is going right to the front end. Maybe even has the most speed and could clear.
Yeah, definitely. Nyrone Austin is on as Caleb Pizarro is off all her mounts today. And then number 6, Kick a Little Booty. Kick a Little Booty graduates from her 3-year-old campaign, which was a great campaign, winning 2 out of 4 starts with a 2nd and a 3rd place finish. Yes, she did lose to Miss Imperial. That was going a mile and a 16th. But sprinting, she ran some dandy races early on, and she draws the outside in here, and she's the only one that does not have a start in 2021. Do you guys think maybe is she up to the task or might need one?
Has to improve, definitely, in my books, but has every right to. Making her first start as a 4-year-old looks great in the paddock.
Yeah. It's a stake. Sorry, Kurt. She's won stake races. Sure, as a 3-year-old, but she still won a stake races. So she's got some talent. She's got the right running style. If she was a speed horse, having to duel with the others, I would say no chance. But just simply the right running style to maybe get a piece.
Yeah, and a nice flashy work on May the 24th in 48-1. But for me, my top selection in here, Miss Imperial, I think she goes forward off that last race, and she gets to get off that rail. And you guys?
Go ahead.
Persistent fans, it looks
like? Yeah,
like?
we're persistent fans. It's wide open. That's why I wanted to definitely talk about all the horses, because it's going to be a great race. Looking forward to your call. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the 2.
All right, let's head to our wagers here in race number 5. Okay, let's start it off with you, Marshall.
$2 pick 3 wheel. I'm going to use the 1, 2, and 3. Single horse that I like quite a bit in the next race, I think will be great value, and then take 4 horses in the finale.
All right, Stretch. A little thin now.
Little thin right now. I'm alive in the pick 4 because I had to take a few there. It's a great race to watch. I just can't figure out the race shape, but I think the 4 sits in the weeds, close late, and those are my 3 that I like to maybe win the race.
And myself, I'm putting Miss Imperial, the 3 on top, with Cypress Point, who I think is the speed on the inside, and Persistent, who ran lights out in the Astro Moon. $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 5. It's a 37th running of the La Vérendrye Stakes for older fillies and mares. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $35,000. Number 1 is Cypress Point, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Persistent, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Miss Imperial, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is DARPA, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 5 is Half in the Wrapper, owned by PTR Racing Stable, trained by Devin Gittins with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out our featured field is number 6, Kick a Little Booty, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Neville Stevenson. Post time for the La Vérendrye Stakes, 6 minutes away. now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Well, this should be a really great stakes race. Excited to watch this one. Tough betting race. If you think there's a duel in here, which I do, between the 1 and 5, I keep coming back to the 2 and 3. The 3 though does have a couple of wins over and off track. Not a lot of value. A lot of people see the same thing.
Yeah, it is a tough, but very exciting race. Looking forward to it. I'm with you, Marshall, on the 2. But I'm not sold on the 2. There's so many different scenarios on the trip. It could go anywhere. My long shot to close late, if it works out well, is the 4. Maybe a second or third is where I'm going. Kirt?
I like Miss Imperial. She was hemmed on the dead rail in week 1 and ran a huge race, only beaten by a length and a half. Big percentage barn and the winning rider from race number 4. A good combination. Good luck here in race number 5. leads the filly and mares into the starting gate. Persistent next to go in. Miss Imperial, the 2020 champion, steps up and in. Now DARPA goes in. 2 left to load, half in a wrapper. And now just waiting on Kick a Little Booty. They're all set, they're at the post. And they're off in the lever, Andre. From the outside, half in a wrapper. Quickly goes out to grab the early lead. Persistent, well restrained in second. In between horses. On the outside, trying to keep up. That's going to be Kick a Little Booty, who's actually settled back a little deeper. On the outside is Miss Imperial in third. Back in fourth. On the inside is Cypress Point, then Kick a Little Booty. And your trailer is going to be DARPA. The opening quarter, a very quick 22-3. Half in a wrapper. Now gets company from Persistent, who looks her in the eye on the outside. Miss Imperial trying to get going 3 wide. Back in 4, Cypress Point. They hit the head of the lane. Persistent has taken over by 3. Miss Imperial trying to gobble up ground, and she goes on by at the 16th pull. Miss Imperial gets it done in the lever, Andre. Second's going to go to Persistent. Third to Cypress Point. And fourth to DARPA. The stewards of post to number 3, Miss Imperial. As your race winner, second goes to number 2, Persistent. Third to number 1, Cypress Point. And fourth to number 4, DARPA. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 45-3. Time for the 6 furlongs over this sloppy racetrack. 1:11-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 37th running of the La Vérendrye Stakes. That's number 3, Miss Imperial. Miss Imperial is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old, by McLean's Music. Out of the mare Miss Cappy by Skip Trial. Owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart. Trained by Murray Duncan and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:11:1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr., who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 6, 21 minutes away.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We're kicking off late double wagering with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3-lifers. They're going to go the 5.5 furlongs and stretch. You're going to start us off.
Well, I'm going to give a bit of a horse racing term, or that some of the people call it. So the race, as you call it, very good call in the race, by the way, and an exciting finish as expected. It went 1, 11, and 1. They call that the picket fence because of all the ones. Just
I did not know that.
That useless horse racing info, but there you go. Now you know when 1, 11, and 1 is the picket fence. Moving on to race 6.
I'm sure I'll forget that, though, Stretch.
Well, when it calls 1, 11, and 1, next time a 6 furlong goes.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Now we got to move on because we got to help continue throw out some information that's useful. My top selection is the 2 horse. I like this horse quite a bit. It's one of the. I like those other 2 races for pure racing, and then this one is because I think I found something here on this young boy. Thanks, Jake, for finding that. This horse was up close early, had so much horse early, and then the jockey kind of pulled the horse back, and as you can see in the notes, steadied, went all the way back and circled and came on. If you watch how this horse finished second, it was handily for second with still horse left over. And so I thought this horse was the best of the bunch in that race handily and had more to run. You also take a look at who this horse has beat, and it's Strong Arm earlier in the season, and then the last time before it was claimed at the end of the season. I'm not too worried about the last race. Has beaten him. So that tells me that he's a contender. I think he's going to get missed out. And go off at least 7-2. So that's my top selection. Last time Strong Arm has the figures. Certainly, as you can see, Kirt and I both have the 7 for second because of all those seconds. And if you remember, even though I liked the horse last time, I made a big place bet, and he ended up managing to win, but that's okay. I stick to these kind of things when the second-itis. So that's why I've got him second. And then the 1 for closing up late. But go ahead, Marshall. I think this is one of your stronger plays on the day in here.
This is a race that I do like. Look at the board, look at our picks. We're all over the map here, but I really like the 6, Wallowitz. Second start of the year. Finished 5th, beaten 8 last time as the favorite, but let's dig a little deeper. This horse made a nice 5-wide move around the turn, tired late after a 5, 6, 7 month layoff. So that horse definitely needed the start. I think we see improvement here. I look back at those Remington Park races last year. This horse was wide and ran fabulous races, winning one of them. Going back further to Indiana Grand, those are tough races. So I think this is the class of the field in here. Gorno's second start off a layoff was a good angle last year. You see there 24% win rate, 17 starts. The horse that beat him, You Should Talk, came back to run last night and ran a good race moving up in class. So the 6 is for me, not just for me though, because obviously a lot of other people like him. He's the current favorite on the board.
But me and Stretch don't.
But you guys don't, which is fine. But I want to throw out one other horse, Kirt, and then I'll throw it to you, the 4. Ipidate, I've probably massacred that name, but Ipidate, number 4, another Gorno horse, raced at the 1500 level last time. Keep in mind those are multiple winners. It's not a condition race, so he's sort of a lateral move, maybe even a bit of a drop in here. But look at his record on the fast track, 0 for 16. Look at his record on the off track, 2 for 6. Is he a horse that likes the slop? Absolutely could be. And he's got back numbers going back a few years, but back numbers that definitely are competitive in here. I think we'll see his odds float up, and he's a must-use underneath for me. Kirt?
Yeah, no doubt. That's a good angle there. I'm sticking with what I've been saying. Any horses that ran on the 24th, 25th, 26th, dead rail, blah, blah, blah. But Miss Imperial was on it, ended up getting the job done. Last night, I Am Anya. I got $18 on it with the same angle. Young Boy was on the rail every step of the way on the 26th. And my top selection is the 5, Trouble with the Curve. This horse was also on the inside and battling with City Champ. City Champ won the Proven Reserve for 3-year-olds. over Euro Silver Biz, who we saw get caught just at the wire in race number 4 by McKeag. So Trouble with a Curve was against some real tough company with City Champ in there last time out. Showed really good speed before faltering. Ended up getting beat by 9.5. I don't see a lot of speed in this race. I see Strong Arm shows speed, but only on occasion. Yes, Stanley Chady Jr. is going for the natural hat trick, winning the last 2. But I think Trouble with the Curve, a 3-year-old, now going to tackle some older company like he did at Fawner. I think this horse gets really brave when he hits the front end. You see the 2 wins, going 6.5 and 6 furlongs, winning the maiden and the non-2, had the lead in both of them and hung on. So I'm thinking Trouble with the Curve gets a lead again and might be really tough to beat, getting good 7-1 right now. But I also respect Young Boy for the inside, that he had a little bit of trouble in there and still ran a great race. You Should Talk did jump up to 5,000 wide open, was bet down as a favorite, ran 3rd, so ran a good race. And Strong Arm, as Stretch said, always runs 2nd. So I kind of started with that and put Strong Arm in 2nd and made my selections around that. But I'm taking 5, 7, and 2. All right, let's go to our bets here in race number 6. All right, let's start off with you, Stretch.
Well, I've got to go to I'm still making my win bet on this horse. It's a tough field. I think I'm going to get a price, and I don't want to miss out if the horse just doesn't get up there. So 10 win. Usually I'd go 20 place. Feeling pretty good. 30 to place on the 2, just in case he doesn't get up. But yeah, pretty straightforward.
All right, over to you, Marshall.
I'm going to try and connect on the late double here. Bet a $10 double wheel with 6 keyed in the first leg with 3 horses in the second leg.
All right, and I'm going after the triactor in here. I'm putting the 5 on top, Trouble with the Curve, with 4 horses, the 1, 2, 6, 7 with the 1, 2, 6, 7. $2 tractor wheel will cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. Jackpot high 5 time. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Silent Emissary, owned by Wade Hedgie, trained by Mike Taphorn, Shamari Muir in the saddle. Number 2 is Young Boy, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is I Play to Win, owned by Russell Toronjo, trained by Lee Delaron with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Ipidate, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 5 is Trouble with a Curve, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 6 is Wallowitz, owned by Steve Herman Sr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Jorge Carreño. Running out the field is number 7, Strong Arm, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 6, 6 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
A couple of tricky races to close out the card here. In this race, I like number 6, Wallowit. Second start of the year. 5 wide move around the turn will definitely be tighter. I think improves off of that and gets the win today. Maybe play some doubles with the 1 and 7 in the next leg. Stretch?
Well, I'm jumping on the 4. I'm liking my value at 4 to 1. This is based on kind of a replay or a troubled trip, tough trip on the rail, which, as Kirt mentioned, it was a dead rail that day. And then shuffled back, came back on and finished a solid second place finish handily. So that is my top selection in here. Kirt?
I went to number 5, Trouble with a Curve. This horse looks like it is the speed of the race. The horse that won last time out against him came back to win the 3-year-old stake, beating Euro Silver Biz, the one that got beat in race number 4. So I'm going with the speed to try and take it all the way. Good luck here in race 6. Silent Emissary and now Young Boy, both locked and loaded. Next up, I Play to Win. Ipidate from the middle steps up and in. Trouble with the Curve is next. 2 left to load. Wolowitz. And now just waiting on Strong Arm. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, hard sent to get the lead. That's Trouble with the Curve. Has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Ipidate on the inside, putting on some pressure. Wolowitz taking a 3-wide trip. Back in 4th, Young Boy steadying hard. That was Silent Emissary. Strong Arm has moved up nicely from 5th to 4th. And the early trailer is I Play to Win. The battle on the front end. 23-2 the opening quarter. Wolowitz with the lead by half a length. On the inside, Trouble with the Curve. 3 wide, Strong Arm going after him. Young Boy back in 4th, trying to snake up the rail. They hit the head of the lane. They have 47-3. The leader is Wolowitz, who's now pulled away on the field as they hit the 16th pole. It's all Wolowitz. Young Boy, the rally for 2nd, Strong Arm for 3rd, and Silent Emissary will round out your top 4. The stewards are posted number 6, Wolowitz, as your race winner. 2nd goes to number 2, Young Boy. 3rd to number 7, Strong Arm. And 4th to number 1, Silent Emissary. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's objection here in race number 6. Shamari Muir aboard number 1, Silent Emissary, has claimed interference against number 2, Young Boy, and jockey Neville Stevenson. Rider's objection, 1-on-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6, that's number 6, Wolowitz. Wolowitz is a bay gelding, 5 years old by Distorted Humor, out of the mare Bernadette by APND, owned by Steve Herman Sr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Should the results stand official, congratulations goes out to jockey Jorge Carreño, who scores the hat trick. 3 wins for jockey Jorge Carreño. Also, congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disqualified number 2 Young Boy for interference with number 1 Silent Emissary on the backside. Your new order of finish will be 6, 7, 1, 2, and that'll become official. As we are waiting for the numbers to change here in race number 6, turning your programs to race number 7, we have a couple changes for you. Number 8, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Make the jockey Hector Rabbitskin. Number 9, Babylon Will Fall, will not run on Lasix. That's race number 7. Number 8, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. The jockey Hector Rabbitskin, and number 9, Babylon Will Fall, will not run on Lasix. Jackpot High 5 wagering available in race number 7. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the jockey objection tape from race number 6. Pay special attention to the 2 horses on the right side of your screen. Number 1 is Silent Emissary, who claimed interference against number 2 Young Boy. Silent Emissary is in the red and Young Boy is in the white. Let it roll, guys. And as you see, they are going along. And then number 2, Young Boy, takes the path away of number 1, Silent Emissary. Here it is once again. One more time, the head on, the 1 and the 2 horse, this time in slow-mo. The 1 claimed foul on the 2, and the 2 right there makes contact and takes the path away of number 1, Silent Emissary, thus the disqualification. from the middle, hard sent to get the lead. That's Trouble with a Curve. Has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Ipidate on the inside, putting on some pressure. Wolowitz taking a 3-wide trip. Back in fourth, Young Boy steadying hard. That was Silent Emissary. Strong Arm has moved up nicely from 5th to 4th. And the early trailer is I Play to Win. The battle on the front end. 23-2 the opening quarter. Wolowitz with the lead by half a length. On the inside, Trouble with a Curve. 3 wide, Strong Arm going after him. Young Boy back in 4th, trying to snake up the rail. They hit the head of the lane. They have 47-3. The leader is Wolowitz, who's now pulled away on the field as they hit the 16th pole. It's all Wolowitz. Young Boy the rally for second, Strong Arm for third, and Silent Emissary will round out your top 4.
She wants to be friends with me.
Was it your playing partner?
Yeah.
How do you know she doesn't want to be friends with you?
Just the way she acts around me. I have low self-confidence. I'm always nervous when I talk in front of people.
And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 7, jackpot high 5 time for this $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go that 6 furlong distance. Marshall alive in the double and pick 3, Stretch alive in the pick 4, and I'm not alive. What do you got, Marshall?
Okay, well,
I was hot early.
You were hot early.
Absolutely.
You've had some good picks.
you know, this is a nice full field, obviously, to cap the card. Look at the board. It's pretty wide open, obviously, based on the betting. Let's start with the 1, Button Mushroom. This is my top pick in here. Button Mushroom making her second start at ASD for the year. Has been racing at Fawner, so definitely is race ready. At ASD, this horse has been a win machine. 8 starts, 4 wins, 7 of 8 in the money. Last out, going 5.5. This horse was flying late, and I think with the added half a furlong today, while she probably likes to go even a little bit further, I think she can get there today, get the job done. Excellent value at 9-1 on the board. Just to compare, this horse was racing at Fawner, allowance 2,500 starter, allowance 5,000 starter, whereas the 7, the current favorite, who definitely is live and has a shot, was racing at 2,500 non-winners of 2 of the year at Fawner. So definitely the 1, and the 1 had reeled off 3 straight wins at the 5,000 level here at ASD last year. So for me, that's where the value is in this race. What about you, Stretch?
Well, I did take the 7 over the 1. Good point on that. You have to watch some conditions. You're absolutely right on that. It's just a nice spot. The 5 had won so many. The 1 had won a bunch of races, so wouldn't have fit in some of the conditions of what the 7 raced in. So, good point. This horse looked so good last time winning. Was for 5 furlongs. Was farther back, made a nice close on the outside and was going away, and actually was borderline wrapped up when getting close to the wire. So to me, this horse is going even better longer. That race 2 back on April 30th at Fawner, sharp claim, because that's one of the faster times that I've seen at Fawner to go 14 flat. So that's kind of the other angle there if you kind of compare some times. So I've got it 7 with the closers. There's more speed in there. Kirt, sorry.
Yeah, I like Enwara too. I think the speed is small surprise. The 4, the 6, and the 8 Gold Diggin' Darlin'. So I like Enwara. I like West Princess, this one right here. A great long shot. This horse, 14 for 19 in the money, predominantly runs around 2 turns, but has 1 going short. So I'm going for a little bit of a long shot in here. Marshall, what do you got?
I got a box, 4 horses, $2 box, 1789. It's $24 actually, not $12, but.
All right, over to you, Stretch.
Okay, before I get to the, I see where you're going with that bet there.
That's a stretch bet I did.
Thank you.
Like that?
I'll talk to my bet. I am so confident right now. Marissa, I know, could you switch the top one to make it a $3 tri-wheel, 7-1 all, and then it's going to be still the $2 one, and then we're going to get it to 30, comes to 35. I'm that confident at the 7-1 all, but just in case I'm not right there. Take it away, Kirt.
All right, I'm doing a stretch bet in here. I'm going 10 to win on the 5. I love the 20 to 1, 15 to place, and 20 to show. I'm spending 45 to end it off. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Button Mushroom, owned by Cranky Acres Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley J.D. Jr. The 2 is Quietly Quick, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Shamari Muir. Number 3 is Western Mongolia, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. The 4 is Small Surprise, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Nyrone Austin. The 5 is West Princess, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickeness. The 6 is Union Smarty, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. The 7 is Anwara, owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno with Richard Mangley. Number 8 is Gold Diggin' Darlin', owned by A2 Racing, trained by Michael Nault with Hector Rabbitskin. Rounding out the field is number 9, Babylon Will Fall, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., Jorge Carreño in the saddle. Jackpot high 5 wagering. Here in race 7, they go to post in 7 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Good betting race to close out the card. I think there's a potential for a fast pace in here. Looks like a number of horses that want the lead or will press the pace. I think the one, Button Mushroom, on the rail at 12 to 1 will be flying late. I'm using this horse in some exactors and a win bet. Stretch?
Yeah, I'm on the 7. I do like your 1 because I agree. There is so much speed in here, and speed has not been hanging around. At least the front end speed has not been there. So at 5 to 2, I think the 7 is a value play for sure. And underneath maybe the 1. And even as a long shot at 8 to 1, or now 8 to 1 now is the 9. So 7 with maybe 1, 9, maybe the 6 if the 6 hangs around. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I like number 7, Anwara, to be a top 2 finisher in here. But I went a little longer in the odds to number 5, West Princess. She runs really well fresh, and I'm expecting her to do the Button Mushroom, meaning coming from way back and trying to get them. Good luck with all your wagers in race 7. Button Mushroom and Quietly Quick, both in for the nightcap. Western Mongolia is in. Small Surprise's turn. Next up, West Princess. Union Smarty goes in. Anwara, the 8-5 choice is in. 2 left to load. Gold Diggin' Darlin'. And now just waiting on Babylon Will Fall. They're all set. They're at the post. Gold Diggin' Darlin', a little fractious. And they're off. Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Right out to grab the early lead by 2. On the inside, Small Surprise. Hanging out in second with Union Smarty to her outside. Babylon Will Fall is back in fourth, about 5 lengths off it. Another length to Anwara with Western Mongolia. Right on the inside, another length. It's going to be racing as a pair, Quietly Quick and West Princess and Butt Mushroom. Can see them all. Gold Diggin' Darlin'. The opening quarter, 23-1. Small Surprise trying to make up the gap in second. Going 3 wide. Babylon Will Fall with Anwara now heating it up. They have 47 seconds. They hit the head of the lane. It's Anwara on the far outside. Small Surprise comes up the rail. Fighting back Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Right on the rail, Union Smarty. A late rally on the outside from West Princess. Trying to get there on the very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is going to do it. West Princess is going to get it. Very close for second between number 7 Anwara and number 6 Union Smarty. The stewards opposed to number 5, West Princess, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter in 23-1. They have 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Results of the photo show number 7, Anwara finishing second. Third goes to number 6, Union Smarty. And fourth to number 8, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 7, that's number 5, West Princess. West Princess is a bay mare, 6 years old, by Empire Way, out of the Mare Walk West, by West. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14. Congratulations goes out to jockey Sheldon Chickeness, who scores the double, 2 wins for jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Gold Diggin' Darlin', a little fractious. And they're off. Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Right out to grab the early lead by 2. On the inside, Small Surprise. Hanging out in second with Union Smarty to her outside. Babylon Will Fall is back in fourth, about 5 lengths off it. Another length to Anwara with Western Mongolia. Right on the inside, another length. It's going to be racing as a pair, Quietly Quick and West Princess and Button Mushroom. Can see them all. Gold Diggin' Darlin'. The opening quarter, 23-1. Small Surprise trying to make up the gap in second. Going 3 wide. Babylon Will Fall with Anwara now heating it up. The half, 47 seconds. They hit the head of the lane. It's Anwara on the far outside. Small Surprise comes up the rail. Fighting back, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Right on the rail, Union Smarty. A late rally on the outside from West Princess. Trying to get there on the very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is going to do it. West Princess is going to get it. Very close for second between number 7 Anwara and number 6 Union Smarty.